What's up, everyone? Hello, Golden. Get all the dumpies out because today is a very special occasion. Happy 4th of July over there in Liberty Land, everyone. I hereby decree that today everyone gets to be American. So, why don't you go outside, after the stream, that is, grill some schmeat, blast fireworks, and spiritually connect with our friends from over yonder in celebrating sweet, sweet freedom. I know I'm busting out big time because a very important thing happened over the span of maybe a week. So I was out shopping and I noticed in the cold drink corner of the convenience store, lo and behold, Monster Energy Ultra Vice Guava. That's right. The embargo has been officially lifted, and you can finally find this flavor hassle free. Which, I might add, is easily one of my top favorites. Come to think of it, over the past couple years, I want to say, when they've been releasing new flavors consistently, there hasn't really been any one that struck me as awful. The one I don't really vibe with is peach, but then again, I'm not big on peach flavor, period. Everything else, so guava, ruby red, the new passion fruit one, bangers. So even if I have to hold myself back and only sip a can occasionally, I can definitely appreciate this crispy, refreshing taste of guava in a nice vapor wavy package. Okay, let's get back to Soul Reaver. The second game, which has struck me as I'm liking it a little more than the predecessor, because there are things here, design choices that I'm kind of vibing with. Like, I don't mind it being more linear. It seems like potentially we've done away with the magic system in favor of enhancing our titular sword, the Soul Reaver. We'll see where it goes from now, but I'm hoping this continues. Like, it would actually be great if I ended this playthrough on a positive note. Cain refused the sacrifice, and now we have to clean up this mess after him. Because we are Raziel, and we're awesome. Anywho, we already unlocked one power-up for our cool, super powerful laser sword. And now, we are gonna head over to the next potential upgrade, which may or not involve, you guessed it, more puzzles. I take it we are still fairly on in the story, so thus far I haven't really noticed any boss fights to speak of. Whether they're gonna be here or not remains to be seen. There we go, that took a minute. I actually have to remind myself what's the button combination for high jump. Oh, I see. We have to power this up with dark mode. Uh, well, fortunately, we should have a bunch of altars around that will let us do just that. Not yet, my friend, but full disclosure, what I'm about to say has not been approved by the Vatican. And by that I mean, I can't help but sympathize with the Society of St. Pius. Because from what I've been reading on those guys, it seems that they are simply a traditionalist group within the Catholic Church who pursue such virtues as being able to uphold the traditional Mass in Latin, as well as all related scriptures, based on tradition, long-standing. However, their other gripe with the Vatican, especially under current leadership, is they see the movement in the church as too progressive, to a point where it's losing its identity. And, well, given the fact that they're trying to introduce Muslim prayer spaces within the Vatican, or consider the possibility of easing down on the same-sex relationships, I really can't help but wonder, what's the end goal here? Because at that point, you're kind of just contradicting teachings that have been passed on for at least 1,000 years from this point onward. And, well, if you want any grounds for comparison, look what's happening to Protestant churches that follow a more liberal approach, where they ease up on the idea of allowing women to become pastors, or leaning closer to the LGBT movement. It really has little, if nothing to do at that point with traditional Christianity. So if the Vatican wants to get in on that, like, what's gonna make them different from any independent church that normally you would consider heretical? That's the crazy part here. The Society of St. Pius was excommunicated exactly because the reasoning there was they've consecrated several bishops without the approval of the Pope, which is a big no-no in the Catholic structure, which, I mean, you could argue for that in favor of the governing body, sure. But on the flip side, when you look at the reasoning of the officials associated with the fraternity, because that's pretty much what the society is, I don't know, they're kind of coming off as the more favorable party here in my eyes. Like, I genuinely think that in this time of stagnation for the Catholic Church, where they're generally struggling to find a place for themselves in current society. They should be catering more towards the faithful, which represent the values they're seeking. Like, despite what Alex might say, there is actually an interestingly growing portion of younger people who identify themselves as traditionally religious. And, well, you'd think those folks, I mean, you know, the genuine ones, not posers who do it for internet clout. Because that's a different rabbit hole altogether. But yeah, you kind of should be garnering the actual religious sheep back into your herd. It's all very strange, and I really don't know where they're going with this, but I'm not too hopeful. So there you go. That's my little rant in regards to what happened with the society. Okay, this is looking to be a pretty big area with lots of adjacent rooms to mess around with. Oh yeah, we even got the reflective panels, so there's gonna be some shenanigans involving aligning those. First, however, I have to shift back to the material world, because I don't want to be sitting here for too long finding ghosts. Where does this even go? But anywho, thanks for linking that article to me, Golden. It definitely made for an interesting read, and brushing up my knowledge, which the crazy part is, I do remember the reconciliation talks from around the mid-2000s, when the Vatican actually sat together with members of the St. Pius Society just to try and bring them back in. Anyway, whatever this thing is here, I can't really approach it because that beholder over there doesn't want me any close to the artifact. Oh, no. Do not send me back to the other side. So, oh, there we go. Blind Sanctuary with Dark Hero projectile. Well, thank you for telling me that, because otherwise, I don't think I would have realized that's something you can do. By the way, that means I need the Reaver on me. Oh. Okay, do we even have little altar here where I could enhance my sword. No, but there is sure a lot of skeletons. Hellbent on making my day miserable. That's something you can interact with the Dark Reaver. Probably to make a bridge over here. No, you don't, buddy. Unless it's bigfalls.com, I'm not interested. Away with thee. First time chatter and the only time you get to chat in the stream. This looks like an amplifier of some sort. Oh dear goodness gracious. Okay, I'll get rid of these guys. Hopefully they don't come back, because they're skeletons. What was that move? Well, whatever it was. I annihilated that boy. He did not stand a chance. The idea of kung fu kicking a skeleton is really funny to me. Anyway, I'm gonna take this with me for a while, in case it proves to be important. Okay, this contraption we cannot move around. That, however, did something. Potentially, I can use that to open this door as well. Let's see if I'm correct in my assumption. Indeed I am. Okay. What's up in here? Even more skeletons. I wish I could fill up the launcher with some air combos, because otherwise it looks incredibly silly. Gotta get rid of this thing. I take it this is gonna go on one of the pedestals to serve as an amplifier. Possibly here? Ah, sure enough. And then we're just gonna have to align that one. Alright. Ooh, I'm starting to wish I picked up one of the pole arms from earlier. There's a little point in blocking. It only prolongs the combat too long for my own good. Sure helps to have a weapon, though. Knowing my luck. I was gonna say they're gonna respawn, but no, instead we got another encounter. Okay, you know what, to be fair, sidestepping is helping a little bit in dodging the projectiles, unless I get hit into a stun lock. That's when it becomes a little stinky. And I'm not just talking about the projectiles being chucked my way. Give me your souls. Ah. Right. Sure. The panning camera implies we're gonna spend a little more time here than I would have anticipated. Obviously I can't dunk my weapon when I'm in the spirit realm. So, seems like I'm gonna have to come up with a way to do it in the flesh dimension. It's a great vantage point and all, but... Oh, there we go. Looks like I gotta float way over there. So waste too much time on these goobers, but instead try and make progress. So that's part of why I'll need the Dark Reaver. Now, just in case, I'm going back armed, because something tells me I'm gonna have to fight my way. Who would have guessed? Actually, I can just do this instead. Excuse me, coming through. Oh. What's your deal? Get speared. Gotta have my sword out. That's a bit of a problem, because if I don't have the health, no good. Fair enough. We'll have to fight these bozos. Oh no, 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 don't leave that. Ooh, brutal. Come here, you bozos. I need your health. I know you're up here. I'm firmly sure I should be capable of procuring it now. Great. I actually forgot that's an active ability now. So with that, I should be able to take out the sentry. There was a way for me to make a passage. Don't think I can get up there as is. So for now, let me try and blind the eye and get whatever it's guarding. Wish there was a slightly faster animation. This is all very cool from an architectural perspective, but if I have to keep running here back and forth, becomes a little too much. Anyway. See you later. Now, as for this star-shaped emblem, its purpose we have yet to determine. Now, that could be over here. Yeah, I'm thinking we might have to put this symbol on that design. Throw this down. Preferably. Can I? Oh, wait. It disappeared? So you're saying you have to commit to carrying that thing around? I'm gonna need health. Wanna keep the act up. Okay, first things first, let's check something. Definitely need that position like this now. I can jump over here like this. Now the question is, do I need this door opened first in order to carry the thing over? Yeah, because I doubt I can glide while carrying an item of that sort. Hopefully the dark amplification will stay with me while I'm here. Oh wait, this is where we need to put that artifact. So there's a little more to do. Can I not revert into the material realm from this side? Oh, actually, no. So this is becoming a little trickier in that case. Because we're running into a lot of obstacles preventing progress from happening. Fortunately, I might have an idea on what we gotta do. So basically one is activating that thing. And the other is going over there. One spirit realm transforming, and hopefully I will still have a dark powered lightsaber with me. Can't be too sure, but only one way to find out. Look at these silly little people in their hangout spot. Talking about nothing. Consuming the spirits of those unfortunate to linger on in this dimension. Right. It reverts back to its original state. So wait, this can only be activated from this side, correct? How would I bring the power with me then? If the moment I change realities, the enhancement wears off. Maybe there's some kind of way I'm not aware of just yet. In that case, let's try a different angle. We have at least one more avenue to explore. So that, in turn, conveniently frees up a way to connect the two mirrors, and... Oh? To another one back here. Right. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Ah. I see, we need to send a beam both ways to hit these gems. Or the ones below us. Something of the sort. And it's likely gonna unlock the life power-up. In that case, we are missing one gold shield that could pose as a mirror. I mean, with the way things are, there's nothing really stopping me from bringing the symbol over here and getting that part done. Because now I technically have a way to... do I? No. No, I'm thinking the wrong way. We still need to open up the gate to bring it over. That's the final piece. Fair. Okay, that thing stays permanently in place. So it's not like I have to swap them around, which, I mean, wouldn't really do anything to begin with. Now, what I do need to figure out is how to find the other skeleton that would have a reflective surface. I got a sneaky suspicion that I need to form that bridge for that to happen. Oh. I mean... oh, okay. I didn't think that was that simple. Use the push block. Well, don't I feel like a silly sausage now? That was rude. I was in the middle of activating the shadow bridge. Oh, okay, you do that, buddy. Ah, just the man I needed. I'm gonna try and grab me some of his health so I don't fluff up and have to reset my progress. I appreciate you forgetting how to block there for a minute, Buster. Very cool of you. Seemingly still something over there. I'd rather go about finishing this first. Ta-da! Perfect. I appreciate this being a way more straightforward puzzle than in the Dark Reaver chambers. Yo, what's up, Ferd? We're indeed back to Reaving the Souls. Happy 4th of July, my friend. Any plans for this special time? Just nick that again, thank you. And move away with my prize. I had a lovely time, my friend. It was easily probably the second best concert I've been to after a near end of data. These manlets actually managed to get Shoji Meguro, the lead composer for the Persona series, to perform live with them on stage. So that was brilliant. I would have never anticipated for the folks behind the Music Game Festival to pull such strings. By the way, this initiative, from what I've learned, actually started in Poland. It was a small group of people from around the capital, Warsaw, I think, that began organizing concerts in my home country, centered around video game music, and eventually this blew up to an extent where they could actually afford performing here in the UK, in London. Which also explains why so many maestros and orchestras were actually brought over from my home country. Even the two lead singers during the Persona event, those were actually Polish gals. And during the vocal parts in Japanese, they absolutely nailed it. Like you couldn't even tell for a moment that they happened to be foreign speakers attempting to sing in Japanese. It felt like they just knew the language. Boy, I sure hope this doesn't collapse on us Indiana Jones style. Well, thanks for undoing all my hard work, asshole. But yeah, it was mostly Persona 5 songs which were composed. And, well, no surprise there. It is, you know, easily the most popular of the entries. And from a personal standpoint, I didn't mind because of my ongoing playthrough, so I could relate to those tracks. However, I did smile gleefully when Signs of Love, one of the most iconic tracks from Persona 4, came on. It feels very weird. Oh, never mind.
And imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Mobius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
We do not interrupt the king when he speaks. Oh, so when you get power-ups, you also gain health. That's doing away with the collectathon mechanic from the first game. That's interesting design choice. One that I can get behind. No, it was exclusively Persona themed. Which, you know, it's what was advertised, so tough to expect anything else on top. But yeah, I'm hoping that something good comes out of Gunstar Darkness 2. If he's helming it, at the very least we can hope for another great soundtrack. Alright, before we're gonna leave the temple, there was one path here that I want to investigate. You know what's funny though? Considering that at the beginning of the month I also attended the Diablo Orchestral concert. It was a starking contrast between the two audiences. Because on the one hand, you had, like, I would say typical normies coming over to the Diablo segment. Whereas Persona 5 was, well, pretty much what you expect. Lots and lots of weebs. Granted, I'm happy to report that they did behave well, and from what I've seen, they have been signs of good hygiene. There was no lingering bad smell, which I particularly am grateful for on a hot June night when the event took place. But also, the other net positive, I saw 2 good cosplays of characters I like. There was a very cute Yukiko and a really good Zumi. The latter especially I have to commend because that gal came in the full Kazumi Phantom Thieves leather fit, and I was like, brother, she must be sweating bullets in that getup. But just between you and me, she had some pretty great legs. Respectfully. Hmm. Okay, so it was stupid because I thought that gate over there led to like a secret chamber of some sort, but no, that was just a drop here. So me running back was kind of pointless, and now I feel a little goofy because of it. Oh well. One was Yukiko from Persona 4, and one Kazumi from Persona 5. Frosty is not around here for me to reiterate, but I did not get spoiled in any capacity in regards to any plot elements of P5 that I'm currently unaware of. I am probably a little over the halfway point, I'd say. Because it is a massive game, RPG and all. But I can assure you I've been having a blast so far with the 5th installment. It's safe to say at this stage that it probably has taken over 4 for me. In terms of just how great of a game it is. Let me put it this way. If by any accident I would have, you know, tripped and my head would have ended up locked in and squeezed between that girl's thighs, it certainly would have been a good way to go out on. Just saying. I get you, it's a valid concern with any long format RPG. You are easily looking at putting in, like what, at least 100 hours, give or take. And that's not even GRPG issue anymore. I've easily noticed that with Western role-playing games like the Divinity series, it is easy to hit around the 100-hour mark too, just from the sheer volume of content, mandatory and optional. So in my opinion, it's a good idea to just pace yourself and have maybe some smaller games on the side to occasionally put on. Just so you avoid fatigue. Oh yeah, Raido I definitely want to check out at some point. Thing is, on this sale I decided to skip over it and went with Stellar Blade is my summer sale purchase. Sadly, I couldn't take advantage of that discount I sent over to you because it's US exclusive only. But if you're considering to get Zero Blade, use the New Wake promo, because I'm fairly certain you can get it around $40 for the complete edition. So pretty much what you pay for the standard one on Steam at its current 33% discount. No fear, I will be waiting for you. Once those pesky ads cease. Now, as Raziel has stated, we can go back into the Vampire Hunter stronghold. So I'm gonna make sure that we hit our save point. Then we can engage in some time travel shenanigans. Wait, did that get closed off when I swam in here? Maybe. Something doesn't seem right here. Unless I'm meant to be taking another way now? Yeah, I should be able to swim back normally. So... I think the game wants me to do something else now? Let's swim back to shore. I'll have a look. Thing is, the crystal is on the other side, the one I have to shoot. Something weird is going on. Okay, fair. For some inexplicit reason, the game arbitrarily decided, hey, we reset the underwater gate mechanism, so you gotta interact with it once more. Make sure you save on multiple slots, just in case something goes south. But anywho, now we can finally do something about this obstacle. Mental note that there's a light Reaver altar over there. Why not? We can still leave when you want to. Just shoot the glowy orb. Isn't it a strange shift that we're going back to the starting area of the game this early on? Usually whenever this trope is pulled off, you retread back to square one at the end of your adventure. Why is that lady wearing clown makeup? What's up with that? Who gave this gesture a halberd? Oh my god. She's getting so much ass. That was surprisingly efficient. I have not. I don't particularly keep up with the mecha genre, so if there is anything new in the horizon that comes out, it might have slipped under my radar. But the closing thoughts on Stellar Blade, since like I said, I did end up purchasing it. probably gonna be on the only selection from this summer sale line of discounts. It is very likely that you will see this game as a stream title. Probably sooner than later. No worries, buddy. Go support your friend. I'll still be here in an hour when you decide to come back. That's the interpretation of having so many games dropped so low in price. You're like, well, what's the harm in putting this on the shopping cart? And then before you know it, $30 gone. So when I was weighing my option, it was like, yeah, do I want to just grab a couple of indie games like I usually do for weird title showcases, or do I want to make a slightly greater investment this time around, but have something that's probably gonna last me a while for Twitch playthrough? And I ended up throwing money at Shift Up to support their further ventures. Hopefully I will end up enjoying what they cooked. Right, let's see. We're being sorrowful over this
Show yourself, King.
one
Here,
Inquisitor.
Raziel.
They had any qualms slaying the other.
Decided here.
Hey, Kane.
You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture, and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must. If Nosgoth is to be dragged from the wreckage of its damnation.
I understand only this, Cain. That you and Mobius have impelled me to this moment simply means I can trust neither of you. I don't know who's pulling the strings. But it no longer matters, because I'm cutting them. I set my own course from here.
If it were only that simple.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Cain.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel. You must understand. Our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable. Drop a stone into a rushing river. The current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel.
Interesting
and have
metaphor.
even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply
But what
too
if
strong,
we end up being
too
boulders
risky.
instead of just pebbles?
Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth.
Keep your distance, Cain.
Years later, I stumble upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Mobius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Mobius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race.
I warn you, no further.
This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The Nemesis never becomes the Nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction.
Oh, the irony.
Mobius profits from it all. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How, if history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Mobius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the Soul Reaver. The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail.
This is weird with no lip sync going on.
Is this your sorcery?
Not mine, Raziel. Yours. You have nothing to fear from me, Raziel. You hold all of the cards.
Then perhaps I should test your sincerity. If what you say is true, you should be terrified. I could kill you here and now.
And so you do, Raziel.
What's happening?
We're hurtling towards our destinies, Raziel. What you feel is the pull of history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. If you truly believe in free will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of Balanced Guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Mobius, and so in turn was yours.
This is madness.
Fight it,
This is
Raziel.
part. No.
This moment does not have to be an ending. It can become a prelude. I can't. You can, Raziel. Look inside and see that it is so. You have the power to reshape our inevitable futures.
Man, what an exchange.
Poor William.
What is this?
History abhors a paradox, Raziel. Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself, finding its old course blocked by your refusal to destroy me. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves, Raziel, and reclaim our intended destinies. It may yet be possible for me to assume my role as Balanced Guardian and return the pillars to their rightful inheritors.
To the vampires. And this is the destiny you have urged me to discover. I don't know what game you and Mobius are playing, Kane, but I refuse to be your pawn. Unlike you, I still revere whatever shred of humanity I've managed to preserve. You will not use me as the instrument of your messianic delusions.
Very well, Raziel. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone.
Humble words for one who presumes to teach me a lesson at every turn.
And continue your journey and learn your own lessons, Raziel. Remember, Mobius led you here, but you walk away unfettered. A champion of free will and conqueror or false histories. There is much more for you to unearth, if you have the heart for the truth and the will to see it.
Oh man, that was a lot to take in, but we sure have learned a lot, haven't we? Like the fact that this distortion effect is making me nauseous, so let's get the heck out of here. Oh, but more importantly, that Soul Reaver, which we previously thought to be, just a really powerful magic sword that can obliterate everything, well, it's even more than that. It can actually change history. What can't it do? Is a better question at this point. Right, more than likely we need to return to where we initially met up with Mr. Mobius, because that's where the time chamber should be located. Just need to find a way around. Which is not gonna be here because that takes us back to the waterway. In that instance, I see only one option, and that's kind of annoying that these guys respawn, but oh well. This is kind of, they're just teasing me, isn't it? This thing is so annoying to hit. What else can we do? Did I forget about this door, as I did before? Yep. Alright, now it feels like we're heading where we should. Would admire the beautiful murals again, but don't have the luxury for it. That's what you get for starting fights with someone you shouldn't pick on. I have to commend that warrior for taking like 4 overhead hits with the giant polearm directly to the skull. A true testament to their immaculate vampire hunter training. Anyway, I'm not gonna bother fighting everything if I don't have to. It's kinda redundant. You, act nice and just stay here. Thanks.
Seize him!
Man, not 1 but 2 projectile users. This is gonna be hell aggravating. You would just get smacked in the face with a cannon. Oh, desperate times call for desperate measures. Gotta defend yourself somehow if they manage to touch the massive cannonballs. Something tells me I might need a light power up. Or whatever is bound to happen here. Good call.
Ah, yes. I like that look on your face, Mobius. You really don't know what to do now, do you, old man? Here you are, caught without your damned staff. But I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd hoped. You're not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kane's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Razio. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
We were never allies, Mobius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kane when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice, and I chose mercy. And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened by the devious Kane, not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain, "Kill Kane."
I mean,
I'm setting my own path from
you kind of wanted to do that for a while too, buddy. That was your main incentive in game one.
Truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kane reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Razio? You're simply Kane's servant.
I do not serve Kane. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, Time Streamer. Right now, I choose to manipulate you for a change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come, Mobius. You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine.
Feels so good to be in charge now. As a protagonist for
This
once.
is of no further
This
use.
little
You will operate this device to
moment
provide
of
me
power
passage.
fantasy.
I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kane? You're leaving your core behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the two poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
Ooh, I don't like that devious little smile on the snake's face. Well, it's good to know that the time streaming apparatus has always been here forever. Or for as long as it's been built for, I guess, which is time immemorial.
Even as I emerged from that infernal time-streaming chamber, I suspected treachery. The stronghold was vacant, derelict, abandoned.
my, now these are some funky looking enemies. But all pale in the strength of the Soul Reaver. Hey, what's up, Frosty man? Happy 4th, my guy. You planning to bust out the grill tonight and make some burgers, steaks, and whatnot? I'm gonna say we were potentially sent to the past, as was our wish, but it is not the timeline we expected it to be. Yo, I wish I could take a better look at these guys. It's kind of difficult in the midst of a fight, but this is just a clear from Serious Sam. What the hell? Yeah, it is a clear. It's just standing upright. Oh lord, 38? Man. I think we only hit as much as 35. I mean, it may have been in that ballpark for like a day or two. But sheesh. Seems like the heat wave is just keeping up on your end for a while now. Yeah, in that case, do stay indoors, stay well hydrated, and have yourself a nice treat for the occasion. Did you see what's happening in GFL 2 for Glittering Star Wish? How Lorelei has absolutely smashed the fan votes and is so far ahead of everyone else that there is no chance any character is catching up. This is not good. Might kick the bucket here. Thankfully, it doesn't really matter. Oh! Oh, so these guys can also shift between dimensions like me. I mean, see with Macchiato, that's still a valid choice because she's in the top 10. But I looked at Endora sitting at 24 and was like, you know, I like Lorelei enough that I might as well cast my vote into the pool. It's very strange that they decided to actually cast characters who are not even part of the banners yet. Like Chien is there, Liu Xin is there. It feels rigged, for sure. Not just because of the massive support Lorelei has. frankly, I can't blame them. I mean, I'm along with the crowd because I follow all the big EN GFL buffs who funnel news rather from China, so we know what to expect in the future, just to keep the hype going. See, with Andor's, well, kind of sucks. She still got that great swimsuit from the outfit banner, so I'm happy with what I got. But to the 2 or 3 older enjoyers out there, it's gotta be constant pain. Big fan of these armor sets. Some really interesting design choices going on with this strange timeline. I don't think she does. This kind of pertains to a discussion I had with a pal of mine, who also happens to hang out on our Discord server, R-Dog, who's been following GFL since the original, so he knows a lot of ins and outs in terms of lore. His sentiment was, he is hoping that later on in Exilium's lifespan, Mika diverges from having the main dolls hoard all the attention, so whoever was like part of the main storyline events, and eventually we move on to the smaller fries getting more screen time. So it's not just, you know, defy 404 over and over, but instead we'll eventually diverge into other subplots. Suddenly they learned how to speak. Jeez, there's so much fighting going on here. It's actually difficult to keep up. You gotta be kidding me. Are you expecting to deal with all this here? That's insane. I feel like I'm even dealing any damage to these guys. Oh, thanks for eating any health I could recuperate, bastards. There we go, much better. So I'm getting a little too excessive here in terms of the fighting I have to do. I'm assuming it's sending me back to the time chamber? Or maybe out of the stronghold? It's a little difficult to keep up with all the bells transpiring. You know what though? I do not regret sinking all of my treasury stocks into Lorelei. V2 R1 is already pulling its weight, but basically just brought my burn line up to new heights. Those girls are dishing out so much damage now, it's nuts. But basically all I need is have Lewis send her support tin soldiers hovering over Lorelei and Vector, and you'll have so many chain reactions happening from explosions that QJ can capitalize on for her support attacks. It's great. So I would say, as is, I pretty much have my burn team finalized for now. If I need a 5th unit, Sharkry is there. Shua would be nice, but I am not getting, at any point now, enough gems to be able to build her up. Because it's pretty much a power shift from V0 to V6, no in-betweens. You just have to commit. And that sucks. So for now instead, I want to finish off my corrosion team. I got a Kluka with her expansion key, Faye who is amazing at V1. Hopefully I could stack her up to V3 at some point. Busty is wonderful just from the box, V0. Good corrosion buff.
Had any doubts about the era I now occupied?
So now I just need a 4th to complement it.
For here was Mobius, long
Probably
since
Welrod
murdered by
or
Cain,
Fei Lin.
lionized and beatified as the martyred leader of his bloodthirsty crusade. And if I
Requiescat
required
in
further
pace.
evidence, I needed only to behold the gruesome trophy Mobius held aloft. A severed head of Vorador. The final triumphant kill of Mobius's cutthroat mob. His execution marked the annihilation of the vampires. Far from channeling me into Nosgoth's past, Mobius had propelled me over a century to its ghastly future. The intent behind this little detour was unmistakable. Having failed to make me his obedient assassin, Mobius intended to keep me ignorant of my true destiny, which clearly lay in Nosgoth's past. While his deception only reinforced my purpose, Mobius had effectively stranded me here. This left me no course but to explore the era I now occupied and see what changes the century had wrought following Cain's ill-fated decision. Perhaps time had cleared a path for me into the mountains, where I might unearth more clues behind the mystery of Janos Audron.
But first, more of these guys, who we don't even know if they're vampires or not. Probably no. You know what weird angle this plot development took? It's basically the beginning of Samurai Jack's story. Stood up against a coup, so he sent them into a bleak dystopian future. It's basically what Mobius did with Raziel right now. Except, the only difference is he's not alive in this timeline. I can tell you for a fact with how tanky these outerworldly creatures are. I am certainly gonna stray away from combat as much as I can. Even with the story, but this is very, very painful. Any luck recuperating your losses? I've almost hit 10k collapse pieces again, which is a mark where I consider not to be poor and actually have some resources to toss around for banners.
What pathetic charade is this now, Mobius?
No charade, Raziel.
Oh, he's a ghost.
Only the entreaties of this martyred spirit.
Your pleas mean nothing to me after all your deceit. You have propelled me into Nosgoth's future, Mobius, and left me stranded here.
I am truly sorry, Raziel, but it was necessary. Consider it the last valiant act of a doomed man. You have strayed from your purpose, and now behold the result. Gaze upon the wasteland you and Cain authored together.
I fail to see how I'm responsible.
You spared Cain, and by doing so, you have released a multitude of horrors upon this world. I can accept that Cain has murdered me, Raziel. As the Time Guardian, I foresaw that incident long before it occurred, and I take some small comfort in the fact that Cain remains the sole survivor of his vile breed. But you have single-handedly made my sacrifice meaningless.
Your argument is disingenuous, Time Streamer. I cannot see how killing or sparing Cain's future self would alter these events. This wasteland was created by Cain's original refusal at the Pillars. Amidst all these twists and turns, that event has never changed. You are cunning, Mobius, but I think you've gotten tangled in your own web.
As Cain clings to his precious seat of power, the pillars sink into a mire of decay, dragging all of Nosgoth down with them.
I don't think this has anything to do with the Pillars, or Cain's failure to sacrifice himself. I think you're simply afraid.
Nope.
Because you
We are
don't
now
know what he's up to.
10 layers
He's a wild card, isn't
into
he?
this web of
And
intrigue.
You don't want his influence in your game. Which is why you wanted me to eliminate him. Well, now that he survived, you have no idea what's coming, do you? Maybe, for the first time in your entire life, you're terrified that he may have truly found a third option out of the dilemma you orchestrated for him.
Cain's lies have addled your mind. Leave this place and trouble my spirit no more.
If you even are a spirit, you've forgotten. I have a way to tell for sure. If you're willing to risk it. I didn't think so. Either way, you lose.
I love the smug aura Razzie has grown. I would just keep being tired of this bullshit. It's actually an interesting development from when you played the original Blood Omen, and by the end it really feels like you were a puppet stringed along. And from what you learn later on, Kane's choice was basically him trying to break free, make his own decision for once, which didn't work out so well. Whereas Razio, on the other hand, feels like he's forging his own path from the beginning. So interesting contrast between the two. Further leaning into the dynamic they have between one another. You know what really saved me? As far as an emergency contingency plan goes. I was scrolling through the menu the other day in GFL2 and was like, wait a minute. I have not touched Crossroad Challenge a single time over the entire year I've played. So there was literally 15 boss fights I could have done for 700 collapse pieces per boss if you did all the challenges. Now if you do the math, it's easy to come up with a pretty substantial sum you can get from just cruising through Crossroad Challenge. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. Like the first 5, sure, they're pretty manageable, but it gets pretty wacky later on, so if you don't have a team with the appropriate element that happens to be the boss's weak point, you're not getting through that challenge. But hey, on the plus side, that's still some dormant currency just waiting for me whenever I happen to have the correct dolls. I did so too. I mean, you don't really have to. You can back away. But you have to commit to the lineup you set up for each phase. So if you happen to fail a stage, you can attempt it again. But you can't change around the dolls you already arranged. I do hope I can recruit the general once her time is comes. Like at this point, I would be content with V0 R1, just to have something to start off with. It's another one of those characters that only gets stronger with further dupes. But V1 happens to be a solid foundation. I do need to strengthen my Hydra lineup, because unfortunately Springfield and Tolo kinda have to carry the entire setup. Florence, as much as I like her, is just not that great, and Sabrina, her damage output is measly. So those two eventually have to swap out. After Lucia, I might go for Miphil or just wait for AK-12. Ideally, I would like those three elements finalized before I even think about tackling others. Which, it's very strange having a V3 Yuhi that I kinda just use as a backup unit for emergency situations, because otherwise I don't really have anywhere to put her on. But I guess wherever I'm ready to start making a physical squad, I already have a decent foundation. But yeah, long story cut short, Dawnforger is probably gonna be my last event in terms of gambling for a little while, until I save up for characters I want. Oh, I have to ask, did you ever do Vector Story event, Escape from Cyborg? Because that's the other one I caught up on recently, and I gotta say, as far as side events go, it's probably one of my favorite in the games, period. Like, Vivi and Meti just have such a fun dynamic together. It was a treat getting to have them acting together. This one is empty, so that implies we're gonna get another element down the road. That's another trope that we're kinda altering. Namely, usually when you get elemental infusions in video games, we start off with the typical 4, so you get your fire, earth, air, water. But here, we're doing light and dark first. The two which are usually afterthoughts. Big old sting bug demons. That was a measly amount of health. What the hell, dude? For all that effort? Come now. Do read through it when you get a chance. It's a silly little side story that involves the two getting stuck in a simulation altered to be a video game because Mechty is like, we gotta make combat training more fun. And then of course, as things tend to go in GFL, it turned south for them. Basically. It is such a blatantly obvious nod to gamer culture that it's corny but in a charming way. Still have Dushi and Yuhi's to get through. Might do that while part 1 of Dawn Fortress is going, so by the time I have all of these wrapped up, I can just hop straight to 2 and also Ryushi's side story.
These were the pillars so familiar to my blighted eyes. But now that I had begun to learn their true significance, I regarded the pillars' destruction with a new, enlightened sense of horror. And I questioned now whether Kain's simple refusal, his mere ambition, could truly have caused such devastation. I felt that some darker influence was at work here. As I approached, I discerned the spirit of Ariel, bound here now for more than a century.
Oh, hey.
Forever am I bound, hope abandoned, my spirit.
Took a while for her to show up.
What destroyed the circle could not touch me, for I was newly
Kind
dead,
of strange that she
and
was
beyond
potentially just
harm's
chilling here while Raziel and
I
Kain had
alone
that
whispered
other
the descent
conversation.
into madness, and Kain
In this very same
alone
spot.
whispered the pain of death. When the Raptor's poison seized Kain even in the safety of the womb, much more than just his destiny was lost. All of Nosgoth lost balance. Consider us now, both of us less than we once were. I, pure but insubstantial, and Kain, terribly real, but corrupted.
imprisonment here has deranged you, spirit. You fixate on Cain because you believe he is the tether that binds you here. But we both know he is not the author of your agony. The pillars were subverted by dark forces, invited by the Guardians themselves. The more I learn of your circle, the more I see a tangle of nested manipulations.
Cain handed them their victory. They sought to topple the pillars, and he was their willing instrument.
Or was he their unwilling pawn? Would it blunt your wrath to know that Cain's dilemma was calculated to bring the pillars down, regardless of the choice he made? And that the devastation would have been even greater had he chosen the path you would prescribe for him?
Yeah, Raziel's logic pretty much
You
is
are
based
subtle, deceitful
on what we
creature.
know from the ending
But
of
your
Blood Omen
clever
1.
arguments do not absolve Cain. He must die for the pillars to be restored. There is no other way.
Then consider this more ominous possibility. What if Cain's death does not restore the pillars? Consider that it may simply be too late, that this world may be beyond redemption, and that you may be bound here eternally.
Raziel, the ever so slick womanizer.
Why do you hound me, demon? You can see that I am captive here. Show me some mercy.
Like the mercy you showed your fellow Guardians when you set Cain on them, or the mercy you showed Cain when you kept him ignorant of his destiny while you used him as the scourge of the Circle, or perhaps like the mercy you showed your beloved Naprapta when you made him Cain's first kill.
You are cruel. Why do you torment me?
I'm merely looking for answers, Ariel. Very well. I'll leave you in peace. But know this about you and this purgatory from which you long to escape. You're merely at the threshold.
Oh, that wasn't just listening. We basically just completely obliterated her worldview with that one possibility. That, indeed, Cain's sacrifice might not even be enough to fix the world. Because there is much, much more going on from beyond the shadows. Holy smokes, that is a big boy. Up. What happened there? I don't feel like fighting this monstrosity. I'm just gonna go here, thanks. Meet up with another old acquaintance, Tony J. Who's likely still chilling in his shrine, being the massive squid he is. Of course. It would be too convenient if it was just peacefully allowed to enter. So how did Shining Force go yesterday? Did you manage to wrap the game up? I know you've been struggling with that quite a while. Oh, no. We just made a massive circle. I'm gonna head down to the old one. Thank you very much. Well, I would, but you know, arbitrary obstruction. Ooh, virtual highlight for the other one. Maybe both? Nice, I will be there. Rest assured. How's our Cafulian abomination doing?
Raziel, the failed assassin.
Yep.
You had Cain at your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Cain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty sin. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you appear to thrive? Things in this world, I imagine, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
I am the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth's very existence. I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry.
Those are the
Could it be
perfect
simple as
lines to
that?
feed Tony J of
Wouldn't
all
that be
people.
poetic irony? The great adversary
It
of
was
the
poetry.
vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
Do not test my patience, Raziel. I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
As your agent, I am beyond death.
There are fates worse than death, Raziel.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer. A spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this, you are mine for eternity. You have always been, and will always be, my soul Reaver.
We'll see about that. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to save progress. And next up, we're gonna take a swim. I'm gonna punch you in the eye for that
Carefully, Raziel.
obnoxious display earlier. Very similar entity in terms of design and behavior to Mentorok from Eternal Darkness, where it's also depicted as this writhing mass of flesh with many eyes and tentacles, which basically had its entire existence be dormant, but it would feed on sacrifices provided by its servants. The Old One here seems to play a similar role, except, well, his life source is essentially Nosgoth and its corruption. Remember how I got stuck here for a good while, trying to ascertain how am I supposed to move on to the next area? You know, those were fun times, huh? And as it turns out, we streamers have an interesting condition that prevents us from looking up. Medically proven. It should be like here someplace. Oh, thank goodness I brought the Dark Reaver with me all the way here, otherwise would have been a little salty. We had to run back to the previous buff shrine. It keeps getting worse. We are witnessing more and more incomprehensible horrors made manifest. On the one hand, I am scared shitless, but on the other, morbidly fascinated by this development. So these are some fascinating freaks to look at. That's for sure.
Beyond this edifice lay my sole hope of escaping this demon-infested wasteland. The time-streaming device contained therein offered my only prospect of journeying back into Nosgoth's early history. Unless I discovered some means of breaking the seal, I was condemned to be stranded here eternally.
And that's likely going to be a new element that we need to unlock. At least that's gonna be my educated guess. In case you're wondering, I'm withholding from using the Soul Reaver because I'm trying to actually recover health, but fighting these terrors conventionally is it's a bit tricky. So we're kind of back to square one. Except I have to find a revival point. Pretty much. And mind you, I still feel that the combat mechanic in Soul Reaver 2 is a bit better from its predecessor. But with the sheer volume of combat encounters in just this one area alone of the game, it clearly shows its faults and shortcomings. It was just not built to handle this much battling. It's a means to an end. Fine when you have some mobs to fight here and there. I can deal with 2 or 3 popping up every now and then, but not when it's just constantly thrown your way.
There it is. The passage of time had indeed cleared my way forward, enabling me to explore the northern mountains of Nosgoth. I was anxious to discover if some evidence of Janos Audron's existence might still remain.
I sure am glad that the passage of time has caused this convenient climbing surface to emerge on the mountainside. It would have sucked otherwise. Is that a bulldog? I think it is. Look how they spruced up my good boy over here. It's kind of adorable in a way. Now, mind you, Soul Reaver 2 definitely has a good idea going on with making the Soul Reaver blade so powerful that it effectively trivializes a lot of basic encounters, while the trade-off being that you miss out on recovering health while it's out. The problem is we've already seen some incredibly tanky monsters come up in this part of the game that, well, especially if you put like 3 or more together, become a nuisance. And yeah, I know I'm not really blocking or using the dodge mechanic as often as I probably should. But once again, considering the sheer bloat of fighting that happens, it already takes a little too long in my opinion. So having it drag on even further, it's not ideal. Good thing we at least have these checkpoints along the way. Still. The one saving grace is from a lot of these you can run away. It's the scripted ones that grind my gears. Oh, no, no, no. I'm only gonna leave maybe like one of them. I know it was a conscious decision from a balancing standpoint, but it is quite amusing how all of their equipment will vaporize, but not the weapons they're holding onto. Oh no. I'm grateful for it because if I have to do pure melee fighting, that's super ineffective. At least a weapon that lets me get a couple of hits in. Do I go through there, or is there another way? There is another way. Oh, can you not take like a million hits to kill? I'm starting to think it's more beneficial for me to just let myself be murdered and then just recover from the spirit realm. Because this is taking way too long. What's the deal here? Oh, just have to hold it. Sure.
Here I discovered the quaint hamlet of Ustenheim, now long abandoned and collapsing into ruin. Legend claimed that Janos Ordrin terrorized its villagers until the Sarafan hunters ferreted him out and destroyed him. If there was any truth to the old tales, the lair of the infamous vampire could not be far away.
Question though, if it's abandoned, why are the lanterns still active? Who's keeping the flames intact? Yeah, I bet you didn't think of that plot hole, huh? Actually, one of the best parts of the first Soul Reaver was that human encampment we could visit over the course of our exploration, and the NPCs would revere us. They were not hostile. A neat throwback to the original Blood Omen, where you could still work around sediments if you didn't cause any disturbances. Just try to masquerade as a human. Obviously here the context is a little different. But it is a nice change of pace from our wildernesses and caverns. We're getting mugged so badly by these guys. Oh well. If you think about it as being an inconvenience more than an actually punishing mechanic, it's kind of like whatever. How did I manage to loop back to the starting point? It's possible that the design wraps around itself, but hold up. Do both gateways just happen to look eerily similar? And that's what's throwing me off. I think that's the case. Why would you make it like that, though? That's evil. Nah, you guys can duke it out amongst yourselves. I'll leave you to it. gotta love how they all collectively decide that the weird blue demon with the glowing sword is a higher priority. All of them collectively. Finally, the AI decided to focus on something else than me. They're definitely not winning this confrontation. Not without my interference. They're not. Did he even flinch? What a bizarre string of events that was.
This edifice was clearly not crafted by human architects. As the figure beneath the balcony silently attested, these were the Ares of winged beings. Undoubtedly, I stood before the mountain refuge of the legendary Janos Ordren, but the entire sanctuary lay in ruin, collapsed under the force of some ancient cataclysm. As I suspected, the Time Streamer's deception ensured I was centuries too late to unearth anything of consequence here. With nothing behind me but the wasteland I had traversed, I resolved to press on and explore these canyons further. Oh no. Every time you turn up, something monumental and terrible happens. I don't think I have the stomach for it.
Literally. They don't have much down there anymore.
No drama this time, Raziel.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes. He clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Ordren.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Cain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel. Janos is indeed the key to your destiny. But you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though, Raziel. You and I are now in great danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes, we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Cain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, they're scared to death of you. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolical they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth, great manipulator, is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance, while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind that this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
Thank you for further exposition in that Chivo. Hopefully we've reached a point where we get a bit of respite from all this combat. And I'll get to do more puzzles instead. I actually welcome those for a change. Nothing down here. Guess I have to follow the lead those guys are making. Ugh, I really don't feel like putting up with this. Oh boy. And now we got the heavy artillery here. One of them was bad enough, I didn't even figure out how to tackle these giants yet. We got attack. Bait the breath attack. Then dodge. Dodge and punish. Still, this put me in a very troublesome scenario, because yeah, now I gotta run back and recover. So, let me be real for a moment here. So far, this is easily the weakest part of Soul Reaver 2. There is way too much combat sequences. There's absolutely no need to be dragging for this long. Genuinely a chore to go through. How far do you have to run back just to retrieve my body? The early game prior to this stretch had more balance going on with it. But now we're definitely leaning to one side of the scale in favor of the other. And there is a severe disproportion going on right now. Game, please. Where do you even want me to go to recuperate? I don't think they fought out this part very well. Too much padding going on here, that's for sure. No, that's too far off. I can't even jump over there. I think I'm supposed to be going to retrieve my shell. Over here? I mean, fair, but still. I probably wouldn't have minded what we're experiencing right now if there was a lack of scripted encounters that I was forced to go through in order to move on from one spot to the next. Because then I could just run past all the fighting and be done with it. On a different note altogether, I finally got to experience Kane Parsons' Backrooms movie. I thought it was an okay extension to the YouTube series, but in the end, I appreciate the original format more. There's a lot of cool notes throughout to the original YouTube format that started it all. But as a feature-length full movie, there were a couple of parts that didn't really resonate all that much with me. Including one stretch that is heavily left up for viewer interpretation, because they do like a time skip. And you're meant to kind of fill out the blanks on your own. Unless that's extrapolated upon. I think it's gonna leave people with more confusion than answers. Which, I mean, could be Kane's intention, given the mystique of the Backrooms as a whole. Now, what I'm finding a little worrisome is that, even though I did find the movie to be okay, I can get the hype behind it. It seems like it's gonna spark now a trend of more adaptations of this sword rolling. Like we already seen signs that they're trying to do something similar with Mandela Catalog. And Siren Head, of all tropes. That latter one, I can already tell you with 100% certainty in my mind that's gonna flop hard. It's gonna be another Slender film all over, because it's way too late to be bringing back Siren Head. It's long lost any sort of relevancy it had. Mandela Catalog as a proper film, though, I might peep it. If Alex Kister is helping the production like Kane did for his Backrooms movie. It's likely gonna be a good thing for the overall quality. By the way, I did end up watching Wendigoon's review of the Backrooms, and it did help explain a couple of things that are easy to miss, lore-wise.
This race of winged beings, the architects of the pillars and the creators of the Reaver, were Nosgoth's first vampires. Their bloodthirst appeared to be a curse inflicted upon them by their vanquished enemies. These images confirmed the truths that Cain had divulged to me, but I had been too incredulous to accept. I struggled in vain to see how the pieces fit together, how Cain intended to escape the dilemma of his destiny, and what role he had plotted for me, and why Mobius and the dark powers with which he seemed to be allied were so desperate to see Cain dead, and so intent on me being the instrument of his execution.
Can't say for sure because we're still missing out on key information, but what I can tell you is that this is a cool graphic right here. The idea of this angelic race becoming fallen demons and thus the progenitors of empires. Great concept from a world building perspective. Anywho, I think I'm about to have my wish granted to me, and we're gonna do some platforming slash problem solving instead of constant fighting. Neat. Rather dramatic conclusion, but a cool visual regardless. You can do so much with having a static low-res skybox, but then applying a neat-looking effect over it. I'm seeing some potentially Aztec influences in this temple design. Actually, you could easily mistake these for Egyptian hieroglyphics, so it's likely a complete mashup of different cultures. Go back to Sirius Sam where you belong, you bony menace. This game is kind of filled with great set pieces, isn't it? Good visuals go a long way in keeping you invested in exploring the game world. So there's clearly something we have to deposit here. Get back to your container. You too. Since we already saw one door that required the Dark Reaver, we could start by opening it. Oh, another one of these. Easy enough. But it gets even more grandiose. So whatever is going on here, I sense that I'm still missing something in order to hit that spot over there. We've paved the way, sure. Yeah. There's that over there. Oh, and Oh, I see. We can build a dark bridge over there at the top. Well, we're gonna have to get there first, naturally, but all in due time. At least we know what's going here for now. This one here requires light. Right, so we got 3 of these. Copy-pasted rooms, rinse and repeat. Tisk tisk. Were we running low on development time already? Well, that wind current is definitely gonna play some important part. I didn't pay enough attention. I wouldn't even realize that you can actually climb up here. Ah, but I see what's happening. That gust is actually pulling me back here. And because I don't have the Dark Reaver, I can't set this bridge up. So this is going to be very difficult while being pelted with projectiles. No cheese allowed, it seems. really need these guys to annoy me. I'm just trying to explore. It's better now that trying to shoot them is clunky as hell. I don't think I could have done anything there. As is. Like you're gonna have to return later on. I gotta identify the one that I haven't been to yet, because we got two of these. This one is next to blue crystals from this side, so I'm gonna try and use that as my outline. Oh yeah, definitely haven't been here. Right, so that's all three of these mechanisms taken care of. Here's potentially more BS that I can't do anything with yet. Oh, right. I see what they are trying to lead me to. You can take care of that guy for me. I don't mind. If you really want to, that is. Never mind. It would not be a Soul Reaver title without the obligatory block pushing segment. A tradition at this point, if you will. So that was to draw light from here. For what purpose, though? Awesome. So I gotta be real quick about it. That was BS. I got sniped as soon as I exited. What, can I not go in here anymore? Oh. I see. Very strange, nevertheless. So I need the light reaver, but to what purpose? Ooh, you can get up here. Sure explains a lot. Sure. That makes sense. What do I even get out of this? A beating heart. And that goes, where exactly? It has to be down the staircase I've seen. Somewhere down here. Okay. On the one hand, my suspicion was absolutely correct. On the other, what the fuck? Now, what long-lasting consequences did this produce? Well, for one, we now have a constant air current. That seems promising. Based on evidence, I think we have to expand upon this 2 more times. So we gotta look around the other 2 doors. Check if we can now do anything more. Actually, no, we already done that one. I can tell. So let's see. This one, maybe? That's the light room, so leaves us with this one here. cute, but I have no reason to engage in any fighting anymore. Didn't look around too carefully in our first entry here. Maybe I'm missing a climbable surface someplace. Either that or this room is to be saved for last. When we are allowed to properly engage with this puzzle. I think I'm gonna take the light door again. Okay, you can stand there, I guess. Trying to outsnipe a mob on the controller is not particularly a great feeling. Oh dear. Oh, that makes so much more sense then. If it's all of them compiled, yeah, you can easily determine how they be turned around. What the heck do I need this one for? It's not sniping anything, so I can get... Oh, still, that's... Maybe need the current to get up here in the first place? Well, no, because I imagine I have to get on top of that gate and then use the air to propel me. Still, why the dark alt on the other side then? Unless I can just jump over here somehow. No, I think you could have maybe shuffled along that edge, but doesn't count. See, the weirdest part is these two are reversed from what you'd expect them to be located. Oh, alright. I get it now. No wind current when in the Netherrealm. Oh, speaking of, did you hop on the crew that can check out the new Elmo shop mechanic? It's not really much. Very similar to stuff like Kalinyan's commissions, where it's just rack up points, buy inventory, come back another day, rinse and repeat. If there's one big chance I'm waiting for is for the Face Clash rework to finally drop. And Conquest mode, because it's kind of reminiscent of the original GFL gameplay format. So it'd be neat to be able to check it out in its sequel by proxy. We do love our freebies, that's for sure. Well, it's not like they're gonna do anything ever with Project Neural Crowd, so may as well just slip it into GFL 2. Make it a mainstay. I'm sure once Kuro becomes playable, they'll probably allude to more PNC characters in the future. Here scoping for a pancake. That way I can finally have an excuse to use that silly little meme I made the other day. Never ask a Polish tactical doll what happened that fateful night in Warsaw. This card reminds me of that trend that's been going around social media for a while, where you just dip food into different shades of Kool-Aid to make it look super fruity. And I'm gonna say just this: it should have stopped with pineapples. It went too far, like shitly. The more I dug deeper into what kind of insane snacks people were coming up with, I was like, maybe it's time for the purge to happen. Now, on the flip side, we can prolong the apocalypse from transpiring a little longer, because I would very much love to see Reverse Collapse 2. be released and play at least one game of it to determine whether it's to my liking or not. Makes me wonder when we're gonna see more news on the sequel. I want to say possibly during the next anniversary, so by the end of the year. Maybe they'll toss another trailer for us with some gameplay. Could get more lore for the buffs to decipher, so we don't have to concern ourselves with the symbolism. Alright, since you can do the other chambers off the bat, it would seem logical that you can also take care of this one. Yep, clearing the other one pretty much gave me a clue what I'm meant to be doing here. Oh, no, 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 no. This implies you could technically shut that current down. I see, it's not gonna be simple. Once again, we have elements mixed up on the opposite sides. Oh. Alright, fair enough. What are you guarding exactly? Ah. Okay, that takes care of one issue. Now I'll have to ideally get back down there, open that one up, flow back there, open the door, and just run through here. Actually proud of myself tonight because I did not have to look up anything a single time. Then again, to the credit of the design of these puzzles, they appear way more organic and logical as far as cracking them goes. Like, sure, there's an element of spatial awareness involved where I actually have to pay attention to my surroundings and try to connect the dots. But they're friendlier in that aspect for the end user. I imagine this will let us hover all the way to the top once more. We did, yeah, all three of them are taken care of. So it's a question of I guess you're just gonna blast these two with the appropriate elements. I mean, they are color-coded the way you would expect them to be. And that concludes in... a freaking hurricane erupting. Happy 4th of July, everyone. We even got the fireworks display. What sticking your hand in an electrical socket feels like.
As the Reaver drained the forge of its vital energy, the tempest receded. I recovered myself and paused to admire my newly forged weapon, now imbued with the elemental power of air. Thus armed, I hope that I now finally possess the means to escape this wasted land.
Well, we're moving on to the main four then, which, you know what that implies, gentlemen? That we have still 3 more elements to acquire. Earth, water, and fire. That is assuming we don't decide to just skip. One or two. Holder wants to glide straight up. It appears they don't want me leaving that easily. Or it is an apt opportunity for us to get comfortable with using the glide mechanic. Not here apparently though. Oh.
This elemental Reaver I discovered had the power to obliterate barriers that were cracked or compromised. At last, I had the means to open that ruined time-streaming chamber I discovered so long ago in the swamp. Now, perhaps, I could leave this wasteland.
Yes.
Turn to an era when Janos...
Very much so, please. I'm sick and tired of fighting all these eldritch horrors. Watch there even be more on the way. Oof. Alright, fellas. You know what that means. That's right, we have to run all the way back to the swamp now. Make so she'll be spared of some of the scripted encounters. Well, the whole trick lies in me not dying horribly. While I attempt to remember how I even, you know, got here to begin with. This seems correct to me. If I recall correctly, there was a save point in the abandoned village. So you better making a pit stop. After all we've gone through. I don't think I will. I feel like I have quite enough. Maybe I need to glide over here, where the water flow is. I can work that out after I kill these two chums. Or possibly... No, that's still too high up. Is there another exit I have to take? Yeah, that just gently but still out of reach. Oh, never mind. Look at me just being a stupid fella. Boy, am I glad to be out of there. Anyway, let's find a air shrine. And open up that time traveling room. This timeline ain't particularly welcoming, and I'm not too keen on staying here myself. We got one up there. Figures in being slightly more obtuse location. Albeit slightly. Alright. I'm officially out of here. At least I hope that's the case. The illusion of choice.
I had no choice but to act purely on blind faith. There was no way to tell what error this device was tuned to, and I had neither the knowledge nor the means to set the machine myself. I hesitated only briefly. Then, throwing the switch, I hurled myself into oblivion and relinquished my will to the hand of fate.
Fingers crossed we wound up in a better universe. Filled with less nightmares that want to eat my face. How's it looking out
Beyond
here?
all hope and against all probability, it seemed that the device had unerringly delivered me to the era I sought. For these were Sarafan banners, and these vampires apparently the victims of their crusade. The coincidence seemed too convenient to naively ascribe to fate. But whether my opportune arrival had been orchestrated by Mobius, or some other influence, I didn't know. If Janos Ordrin still lived, I would find him. But I was wary of further deception, and resolved to tread carefully.
Well, the way that camera panned out, I think that wants me to climb over here. You know what? I'll take the opportunity. Why not? Right, I still got my wind blade on me, which is neat.
For all the butchery of Mobius's crusade, this massacre was somehow more chilling. The killing fields of the Sarafan betrayed a kind of orderly ruthlessness, the cold-blooded righteousness of the true believer.
It's a little unruly at times. I'm not sure how I feel about venturing to more caves.
By all that is holy! Here at last, in the flesh, I beheld my former brothers in arms, the warrior priests of the Sarafan Order. Their lives devoted solely to the annihilation of the vampire plague. And while I confess, I felt a twinge of longing, a pang of grief for what I had believed was my lost virtue, I regarded them now with none of the reverence I formerly felt. For I had seen the human face of the vampires, and now I beheld the monstrousness of these men.
That's a mage. Alright, well, if you're just gonna keep running away, I'll do the same. Look at all these crusaders that I am completely gonna avoid fighting, besides the ones that are absolutely mandatory. I do like the different vibe of the city. It does look gorgeous with a winter coat slapped over it. Also, I kind of suspected this wasn't the last of what we would see of this particular stretch, considering there have been some shrines that were deactivated. And you know what that entails. That's right. Another element we will be unlocking in this timeline. Follow the trail of bodies. Always a good sign. Or not, because it'll bring you back to where you started. Never mind then. I don't like the fact that I can be sniped while climbing. It's gonna make my retreat more annoying than it needs to be.
After my long journey, I finally stood on the threshold of enlightenment. For here was Janos Ordrin's mountain retreat, intact and unblemished. The upheaval that would one day topple this ancient edifice had not yet occurred. And while I had no certainty that Janos still lived, this scene boded well, for I presumed that the collapse of the retreat must have followed the ancient vampire's demise. There was only one obstacle. How to reach the balcony suspended at that maddening height, so far beyond my reach. For this was the architecture of winged creatures. The tattered ruins of my wings were of no use. I would need to devise some other means into that mountain.
I was gonna imply you could probably glide, but it's not gonna be an option now, is it? Is there anything even down here worthwhile? Under all this ice. Doubtful. So this lets me get the dark power up in case I need it. It may generally be a case of I have to look for something under the ice. Because you do see all of these, Yeah, basically there's a respective shrine for each element that's active, in case I need it. But not much else is going on here. I'm not quite certain how you're meant to reach a couple of these. Could involve some shenanigans with shifting planes. Yeah, but still no clear sign of progression here. There's at least two, even three entrances here under the ice. Pretty sure they swam in a full circle. Worth checking again in case I may have missed something. Interestingly, that hasn't particularly changed the environment much. Well, here it's a little easier to navigate now, so maybe we can pay a little more attention to my surroundings. You are meant to be going here in case you do need to revive. And I think for that purpose exclusively, because... Oh, no, wait. There's this. Nice. Hey Ferd, we got our third Reaver power-up. I now wield air at my disposal. And I'm probably gonna head over to the next save point, whenever that is, and stop for the night. So our current objective is meet up with Janus. The legendary vampire. I sense puzzles abound. How did your friend's stream turn out? That's a surface we need to break. So let me buff my blade with some gust of wind. The atmosphere of this place makes me think of that part in Twilight Princess when you go to the Frozen Manor. Shogo, now that's a blast from the past. Speaking of blasts, I suppose lets me come back out easily. Okay, I'm gonna need a dark infusion. So apparently that pot is being guarded is of particular interest. Either that or that was over there. This is some eerie music playing in the background. If we didn't know any better, I feel like I'm playing a horror game right now. My initial thoughts of this part of the game is at least there's no more demons. For now. Seraphin Inquisitors are easy enough to run from. Yo, blood magic? Let's go. Blood Mage Malkavian is always a good time in Bloodlines. Just such a fascinating build for a character with really fun spells.
The mountain's interior was hollow, I discovered, and graced with soaring architecture unique to its creators. As with the outer facade, these balconies and galleries could only be reached by those gifted with flight. With only my ruined wings to carry me, this towering labyrinth seemed impassable. For the object of my quest lay just beyond my grasp. For here, suspended at the apex of the chamber, was the threshold that surely led to the great vampire himself. I didn't know whether Janos Ordran was the monster depicted in the stronghold, or one of the noble creatures memorialized among the ruins of the ancient vampires. And I didn't care. Demon or angel, he alone held the key to my destiny.
Destiny that's not gonna be easy. To grasp firm with our claws. Because as Raziel rightfully pointed out, we got ourselves a monumental structure to ascend. One that I can really tell we're gonna spend here a little while on. I think I'm gonna run back and save for now. It's a little inconvenient, because I will have to run past some opposition once more. And yeah, considering the scale of this chamber, we'll definitely be here for a while. Trying to unravel its intricacies. And given that I'm 5 hours in to the stream, oh yeah, I think we need to cap it off for the night. sure enough, you can view the map just to get a glimpse of where you've been through, but in terms of actually traversing, no conventional fast travel. At the bottom of the stairs. I mean, I could double check, because that would certainly be more convenient than me just running all the way back. Which would be outside the mountain range, I think. Oh, autosaves. I was thinking more of a shrine where I can make a manual one, so I can then load the game in from there. I doubt we're gonna have the luxury of seeing one in this facility. Yeah, if anything, it'll be right around here in the beginning, truthfully. No, that's okay. It actually would have been incredible if there was a easily available save point. Because checkmarks are also good, but that's what I'm just blasting through. Compared to the previous session, it doesn't feel like we've explored as much. But then again, these individual portions are now getting much larger on a traversal scale, so you kind of have to commit. As long as I make it back to the human town, we'll be okay. Yeah, no kidding, from like a scale perspective, but also the magnitude of cutscenes. They're not exactly Metal Gear length. Then again, not many games do come close to that proportion. The ones I played, probably Xenosaga. Episode 1 definitely had some pretty extensive story bits. Oh, look at these guys. How polite of them to just patiently wait for me to save my progress. And that's gonna do it, friends, for the night. We had one part that was kind of a stinker. And that I would say was we went to the bad future post Mobius's death. Because, again, while the combat mechanics are a step above the first Soul Reaver, it's still not the highlight of the series, and we're better off with less fighting than more. But besides that, I kind of like the puzzles more in this iteration than in the first one. Definitely more variety, and they were smoother to figure out. So that would be a net positive on my end. You're not even wrong there. Somehow, despite the jank with the first game, it felt more satisfying to fight enemies than in a 3D environment. Listen, maybe Defiance up the ante. Ah, sorry to hear that, brother. Well, I'm not sure which point was your cutaway, but we just made it to the Palace foray, so to say. And coming up next, Soul Reaver session, we're slowly gonna try and make our way up to talk to the big cheese of the Vampire League. Well, at least one of them, so to say. Out of curiosity, how far are we into Soul Reaver as a whole? Let me just peep a walkthrough to determine. Actually not that much, to be honest. Apparently, we're in the third area from the last. So with one more good stream, we could wrap things up. Damn, I was actually expecting us to get more elements and stuff, but no, we made it pretty far in, all things considered. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, guys. And next time I'll see you for Bowgun. We didn't manage to finish Chapter 1, but I'm hoping we'll knock out the last 2 remaining stages, and maybe we'll also purge through Chapter 2 to make up for it. Y'all take it easy, and see you next time. Big A moment.